I'm just talking to myself. That's great. Just amazing. Okay. Oh God. The fuck did I just do? Alright, got sound. Awesome! I got sound, I got the whiskey, I got the fan I gotta turn on so I don't die. Oh God. Always lube. Oh boy. It's been fun. Day 24. 6 days left. I didn't do any calisthenics or anything today. I just did kung fu training. So it's not exactly a break. Oh God. Alright. Let's put something, let's see if the levels are up, and then we'll do some jamming. Some fucking jamming. think it's not broke. I think we got things not out of hands. Okay. Now let's drop the pick. The only pick we got left, I think. No, it's not the only one. I'm only teasing, but it's the one I had left out. Should we go into the magic box of plectrums? Okay. Ugh. I don't like using new cards. Oh God, it's day 24. Let's hope that YouTube jam tracks are going to be nice to us. Alright, we tried this samurai shit. What is going on over here? Did it not see the settings from yesterday? What the fuck happened? A little louder. Okay, let's switch before I hit the speak. my man. I don't know what that means. Gail? What, Gail to you too, my friend? I don't know what that means. This guitar sounds really low over here. I don't know if it's just too low or the fucking weird mix or whatever, but I was having trouble hearing myself. I don't want to make it too loud because I didn't get stupid on the stream. I just want to hear the last part again, see if it's... Still sounds low. The level looks good, but it sounds low. What the fuck? Whatever. It sounds good enough, I guess. I'll have to just fucking... Even though this is just practice, I don't want people to fucking get their fucking eardrums blown out. Alright, what's next on the rando commando fucking YouTube streamy thingy? What is this? Symphonic with triplets? Power metal, European style, doesn't have a red line. Let's try this. No red lines. That means we didn't play it before. guys. Welcome to day 23 of 30. Oh, jeez. What's next? Eastern European-inspired cinematic metal track in C minor. Oh, we did this one before. I remember this, I think. It says it's okay in C. So I guess you can go. That's like. Okay, I think it's time we start. We get started. How's it doing? When Fist starts on the other channel. We have 2 streams running for anybody that's gonna pop in new. There's the vertical and the horizontal stream. So my watching my main hangout the horizontal, but it's easy for me to chat. Come to the vertical. So move. toilet. Thank you, my friend, thank you. This'll down. I got much vodka here for you. My Russian comrades. Before I hurt myself. How long is this gonna go for? Oh Jesus Christ, another fucking 4 minutes of this shit? We need some precautions here. I'm not warmed up. I'm too sloppy for this. Been out for 10 fucking years. world dog. Fuck that. Put on top of it. Give me the world dog. Fuck that. That's for fucking wimps and cheaters. Not to try to fucking do the 4-step bend, because that's how we lose the strings. And we gotta make this string last, because we don't have any more. Can I fly that high? Cinematic metal. No, we've done that one before. It's fucking boring. Let's upstand much. Oh god, how long is this? 10 minutes? God, we're not doing 10 minutes of this song. We'll do a couple minutes of this. Icarus flew too high. more repeats of that. We're warming up though. Oh God, we're in slow mode. Look at this. Emotional melodic metal backing track in E minor. Next. Fuck, can't do that. All my boys who keep coming back, make sure the first thing you do is hit the damn like button because YouTube hates my guts and there's only 6 days left of this. And then we'll decide if I'm gonna quit. Bonjour! Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage. omelette du fromage. That's the only thing I know from French, guys. Sorry. I only saw one episode of this show called Dexter's Laboratory, and it was just this little cartoon guy running around, and the only thing he could say is omelette du fromage. That's the only French I know. Because of that cartoon, and the only one episode I ever watched. I get comfortable. More comfortable? Is that comfortable enough? Oh, I thought you meant to play like this. This? Like this? How's that? Is that more comfortable? This is the comfortable. Is that comfortable enough? day I get some random person comes in and says, play some random cover song. And I don't know if it's because they think that someone who can play guitar should know every song in the entire world instantly, or if they just don't read the chat and understand what we're doing. But I don't play any covers. First of all, it's illegal. I'm not allowed to play covers. If I play a cover, they're gonna ban me. That's the first thing. Okay? Second, y'all, I didn't fucking go to school and play fucking in studios for fucking 20 years to go play other people's goddamn music. Unless you're paying me. I don't know Pink Floyd. That's like, before my time. And I'm old. So sorry, I can't do it. Besides, like, people come and ask me to play like Green Day and fucking Nirvana. I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking rocket ship. You want me to act like a fucking, like a taxi cab, a Uber. You want me to drive like a fucking stoned Uber. Like, no, dude. No, this is Formula One. This is Bugatti. This is fucking, MotoGP. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Vroom, 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 vroom. If it doesn't go vroom, I don't want to do it. At least insult me by making me play Paganini. Or fucking, like, Bach's fucking Toccata fucking Fugue, I could do Bach. You want me to do Bach? I could do Bach. Fucking people. But I felt the same way. Exactly. Like, why would they do that? You want to tell them? You want to come show them? Yeah, you tell them. You fucking give me a middle finger. This is Appa Cat, and he says, fuck you. I ain't playing that stupid shit. Right, Appa? What? You're looking to knock that over. You're going to knock it over, then you're going to run away. That's what you're going to do. You know that's a bad idea, right? You know it's a bad idea, and you're going to do it anyway until it falls. Fuck. A Van Halen eruption? No, I don't play other people's music. And besides, all the solos, like, I like Van Halen, like, I respect him as a musician. I don't like that kind of music, But I'm sure I could figure it out. It's just like, waka 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 waka. I mean, for the time, it was genius. Like, Eddie Van Halen was a genius. Like, he was doing shit that no one else even thought of doing. Right, Appa? But he's not evil enough for me. Like, I play this shit for exercise, but like, when I really want to play sounds like this. Thank you. I appreciate that. I pull my 7-string out. I have behind me, how many 7-strings do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have 3 that don't work, and there's 4 left in New York. And I have 2 6-string guitars I never played. I only started playing 6-string guitar on the stream. Like, this is the first time I played 6-string guitar in 26 years. In 26 years, I had not played a 6-string guitar. All I had was 7-string guitars. Since 1998, I think it was, is when I got my first 7-string. It was 97, 98. Somewhere around there. That's all that's all I really play is. That's what I normally play. Have a nice day. times we play the same riff. I'm not doing that for 10 minutes. It's fun for a couple of minutes. Classical 80s metal rock backing track jam in E minor, F major. Okay, cool. That's an easy key. Oh yeah, some 80s shit. I gotta stretch my legs for this shit. This is big dick fucking Camaro driving energy. Like this stuff is fun to jam to because you feel like you're in the 80s in like a fucking, like the sad montage where like, you know, the hero of the story loses the girl and like the fucking drum lords are coming and there's in the night ride with fucking West Side Highway and you know, and like all the flashback. This is like so 80s. Especially wearing pink leather pants and have my hair in a fucking curly curl, you know? Like some kind of like ripped fucking 80s shirt. I don't have enough neon for this. What's next? More 80s fucking hello from I don't know what flag it is, but welcome. Can't really see. What flag is that? I cannot see. The flag. Hello? Right now we're in 80s mode. Kalimantan. I can't pronounce it, but I know of that. I just don't know the flags, so I'm not very good with that stuff. You know, I got hit in the head a lot as a kid. Indonesia's cool. stretch my legs for the next, how many hours we have left? 3 hours left. Oh boy. So this is day 24. I cannot believe it's been 24 fucking days. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like there's so much more to go. You know? But it feels like I haven't even done anything, but it feels like I've done so much, but I've done nothing. I can't describe the feeling of doing 24 days straight of this. It's very strange. It's like a time warp. Because I'm on a schedule, like every day, like the same day, you don't get your number paid. Stretch out a little bit, get ready for the next track. 3 more hours of this. 3 more hours. We can do it. Yay, we did it. All right, no one's really here chatting, so I can relax a little bit. Everyone's coming in and out. Oh. I'm gonna crack my back really fast. talking shit. It's like, you might as well just fucking play blast beats, bro. Where the fucking blast beats at? This is bullshit. No, I'm done with this fucking, I'm done with the sound. I'm done. I'm not drunk enough for that. Like, what is this fucking, like, happy, like, jazz metal shit? Like, what fucking, like, mama's boy bullshit is this that's coming out? Like, I can't take it. Like, I can technically fucking force myself to play it, but I don't wanna. Mommy, I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna. I wanna take my ball and go home. Yeah, Appa, I don't wanna do it. And some scumbags are watching my main stream and only hit the like button. What up, bro? I originally did this, because I wanted to show everybody, like, the progress that I'm gonna fucking get in shape, and I'm gonna get my skills back, and, like, I don't want to hear any shit. So there's gonna be no fucking doubting that, like, I didn't lie to anybody. I told everybody the truth the whole fucking time I've been here, and motherfuckers chose not to believe me. But now I'm gonna get fucking shredded and diesel. I'm getting there. And I can, see some muscles coming back. I'm gonna get back in shape. I'm gonna do a little kung fu. I'm gonna show everybody how it's done. 30 days straight. But now it's kind of like, if this doesn't prove that YouTube's broken, I don't know what will. For the 10 fucking 15 years I've been telling people, I have evidence that people fuck with me. No one listened. I have evidence the fucking shit was fucking broken. No one listened. And then the fucking scumbag trolls trying to make fun of me. Oh yeah, you don't suck. You just suck. Nobody likes you. That's what it is. That's why you don't have any views on your stream, because nobody likes you. The last 3 days I see guitar played on YouTube with like 100,000 views and they're playing like this. It was like, you're so good, man. It's so good. Good job. Oh, you're so good, man. What's up, man? Yes, we got 6 more days. 6 more days. I said 30 days. 30 days. The 22nd was a great fucking... I shit on things on the 22nd. It was 2 days ago. It was probably... I probably played some of the best shit I've ever played in my life. Like, it was... I really did the thing. I don't know why this is fucking stuck here frozen. I don't like this. You gotta go away. Okay. I don't know. My door was frozen in the back. In order for me to get my door to work, I have to change the ASIO driver, and for some reason it makes my shit loop and go crazy. Yeah, we're still improvising, and we're going to be improvising until at least 10 p.m. Maybe 11. Depending on how drunk I get and who shows up. So far, they're not going to put me in a good improv loop. But I guess they're saving the good stuff for later. Oh man, it's funny. I started playing guitar on an acoustic because I couldn't afford a guitar. My parents didn't help me with shit, right? So my karate teacher had an acoustic guitar, fucking grandpa guitar, folk guitar. So I learned how to play the first thing I ever wanted to play. Okay? And then after that, one of my buddies in the class, his brother, Mike Navato, was in this death metal band called Injustice. And those guys broke up and became a rap group called Nonfiction. But if it wasn't for that guy, I wouldn't be playing guitar, because his little brother was like, you like death metal? I'm like, what the fuck is death metal? And he's like, you gotta listen to this. I'm like, death metal, oh, like 14-year-old me, he's like, yes, this is what I've been looking for my whole life, oh. So I started learning how to play death metal. on acoustic guitar. So you can imagine 14-year-old me. I'm gonna have to open the nut to fix this. But definitely music like this. That's the first death metal riff I learned from that band. If it wasn't for that riff, I wouldn't have known. So then the other guys in the, because my chronic was like underground, like in my teacher's house. So like the other goons, a bunch of assholes, they just had like a little rock band. And they said, "You want to play in our band?" I'm like, "I can't fucking play. I can't even have a guitar." So that's how I learned. Serious, dude. The thing that people don't want to understand is that, there's a controlling factor in the world that rules over all media, and they make sure to push society in certain ways through music. So they don't want music with any kind of good message, and they don't want like talented musicians in the mainstream. Look, I was never into the 80s music, but you can listen to the music like, these motherfuckers are musicians. Now, there's no musicians. Like, who's a great musician? Like, you had Whitney Houston, Prince. Like, fucking Prince was an animal musician. Like, you know what I mean? Like, flamboyant as fuck. And that fucking shit's bullshit. But as a musician, he's a fucking genius. You mean Whitney Houston, bitch could sing her ass off. Who was the last really good singer? Really good, guitar. A really good guitar player is in the mainstream. Like a really crazy bass, really good. No one cares. In the '80s, you had all these musicians. Fucking Phil Collins. Just the fucking everyone still knows. Even the little kids still knows. Like, you know what I mean? So how we went that is that there's interdimensional demons that body jump into people and run the world. That's how. So, I mean, honestly, most people, that play that kind of music now, they don't actually like them. It's not because they love the music. They love the way it makes them feel like they're better than other people. Most people that play, especially jazz. Fuck, man. This is one fucking channel I just saw. What you can call genius or my generation? What's that? Not dying from choking your own spit? I mean, you have a couple of good players in the metal scene, but the music is fucking so pretentious and like you have this one fucking alien looking fucking half a nut kid, Polly something. I keep seeing them fucking shit on YouTube, and this fucking kid looks like an alien. His neck is this big, and he's fucking his little fucking face. And he talks like this, and he's a good player, but his fucking shit is whack. Metal's supposed to inspire revolutions, not fucking make you go. I want to be a fucking walrus, fucking wimpy little kid. It's I never heard of Joe Hart. I also got out of the industry professionally in 2012, and I think I'd had one session gig or 2 session gig between 12 and 16, and then I just stopped listening to music altogether because I was I cannot deal with this shit. I can't even listen to it. Even the frequencies bother me. Compressed music also fucks with my head. I'm super sensitive. So when I hear the compressed music, I can't listen to it too long. When you hear lossless music on CD, it's completely different than listening to stuff that's compressed. It's it's not good for you. There's got to be studies on this that compressed music is fucking with people's hearing or something. But the talent level is shit. And now with the AI, I've been saying this for so long and no one's listening. By next year, the AI is going to be so advanced, we're going to be in fucking sci-fi world, and the world's going to be on its fucking head. And the music industry is going to be, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I don't even see how the record labels are going to survive. Like, I don't see how A&R people are going to survive because they're going to be obsolete. Like, this whole industry is going to be obsolete soon. Like, everybody's job could be taken over by some fucking bot. You know? And then at that point, it's who controls the bot. You know? And that's it. And what's the point of having... What's the point? You know? No one cares. Like, most people don't even care about, like, talent or ability. Like, you know, in the 80s, you had, like, these fucking monsters doing... Like, now, like, you have these guys that are, like... And it was musical. Now, when you listen to, like, guys who can really, like, shred, it's like this... It's like they piece together these like exercise things like with fucking tape, and you just have like this like mishmash of stuff, and like nothing actually sounds music. It just sounds musical by happenstance. It's like fucking weird, you know. We are living in cyberpunk dystopia. We're really close. We're like really close. We're like 5 years away, 4 years away, 4 or 5 years away. We're like really close to the cyberpunk dystopia, you know? What's it, 5 bird? It depends on where you live. If you live in any of the corporate communist liberal cuck cities, you're definitely living in it. You know, like I was living in the fucking forest and the fucking farmland for a little while, you know, in the country, you know, like where people drive Ford. If you have a Japanese truck, we don't know about you, boy. You know. Oh, that guy. That's his name, right? That's a skinny fucking alien-looking kid with the squeaky fucking voice and no balls. Is that you talking about? Is that his name? He's like a really pale white kid with a neck tattoo, really thick neck and a little face, tiny little alien. He looks like an alien. I mean, he's technically good, you know, but fuck. It sounds to me like it just sounds like I took like one exercise and one like jazz arpeggio and like taped to another one, then taped to another one, taped to another one. And like, don't get me wrong, look, music is just organized sound. I'm not saying it's wrong. What bothers me about them is that in a time where we need masculine men to lead, the people they're allowed to be put in the front, because there's other fucking musicians who are better than them. There's a million people in the fucking world. I'm not disrespecting the guys. But anybody who's allowed to make it on the internet right now, they're letting you make it for a reason. And what that band represents is making men into fucking cuck pussies. Okay? That's my problem with them. Because what does he represent as a leader of the next generation, where kids are going to look up to him like, I want to be a baldest, squeaky head freak. I don't want to be able to defend myself. You know, and that's what bothers me. Like, you know, I don't want to diss him. Like, I don't know the fucking kid. Maybe he's the sweetest fucking guy in the world. But when you realize what music's supposed to do, you know what I mean? It manipulates people. You know what I mean? Music, like, it allows you to take control of a crowd and put ideas in their head. And when you're fucking representing yourself as a super soft and dainty guy, and like you're playing this pretentious, like, cut and paste shit. You know, it's like, it's all that fucking, like, what do they call that? The Midwestern emo? No, math rock, is that what they call it, right? Where they all play the same fucking shit. They tune to, like, these fucking weird open chord tunings, whatever, and they just go, you know, they just tap, it's like everybody who, like, you know, like, lives with their mommy and, like, the mommy buys the gear. That's what I mean. Like, that's what I can say. Like, I lived the rock star life. I literally watched the scene die and become reborn in the dystopia. I was at the end of it, and I saw it. I saw it happening. I was like, I went from, you know, being a local band playing in front of like 1,000 fucking people, drunk, and like, you know, and you can get people to a show. You can get 50 to 100 people at a show with a flyer. And then by 2006, 2007, that shit was over. That shit was over. Now it's all about, like, you know, who has the best fucking Instagram or whatever. Like, no one cares. Like, there's no humanity left. That's what bothers me about that band, because what the band represents. You know what I mean? It's not like so much like, I'm not going to diss their playing. They're technically, you know what I mean? Like, I went to school for shit. I know what they're doing. I can, like, disassemble it. Okay, he's doing this chord and this thing and blah, blah, blah. They're good players, but you're fucking like South Park gay. Like your image is fucking like weak, and you're telling little kids to be fucking weak, pathetic, fucking fragile bitches, and to be like, it's like, this is no, fucking stop, make it stop, please make it stop. So dangerous question. What do you think about John Mayer? Oh, is that the blues guy? I only know what I've learned in the past 2 months from watching like shorts. I don't know anything, but I think that's the white boy blues guy, because I see him and what's the other fucking guy with the crazy hair? The really weird, like Gunthree. So it's like those two guys pop up. He's a good ear and he's fucking plays blue club. I heard him explaining something with the pentatonic scale, and I think he's like an intermediate. He's an intermediate player. Like, you know, he's like, he has a good tone and he's a good ear. But like, you know, the way he was explaining theory, I'm like, like, you know, like, but that doesn't mean anything, because music's not about how much you know, it's about how much you can express and communicate with a group of people. You know what I mean? So like, you know, I think, and the thing is also, his personality, he's just like a normal dude, you know? He looks like a normal guy, you know, he like, just a run-of-the-mill average fucking, you know, dude, you know? And but when you're fucking playing metal, you have to be metal. And I don't know what the fuck happened the last decade with all these fucking poser, hipster, hardcore, like these fucking hipster guys with their fucking hipster beards going, trying to be like death metal. I'm like, this is fucking pathetic. You know? Like, the whole fucking thing, I can't. Wait, what? Eric Clapton used to play with this John Mayer kid? The John Mayer guy looks like he's like in his early 30s or late 20s. But my point is, like, you know, he seems like, you know, he's a good player. Like, you know, he does everything he's supposed to do. And he's, you know, and the most important thing, like, in the business side of it is you have to be able to, like, work with people, not be a dick. So as a professional in that realm, great. But you're playing a dead style of music. No one gives a fuck about blues. But it's a little better than jazz, because really no one gives a fuck about jazz unless you're playing some kind of weird jazz metal. Jazz is fucking whack. This is one fucking guy I just learned about 2 days ago. What the fuck's the name of his channel? He's like this. He went to Berkeley. He always shits on the Berkeley guys. And theoretically, he's on point. He knows all the theory. He knows all the chords. And you know, and he's right about everything. But like when he plays a solo and you hear his note choices, because he's so programmed by that fucking jazz sound, it sounds like Berkeley's fucking shitting, you know, in his mouth. And like he's just playing these weird outside notes, and like it only sounds cool to people in this little circle of fuckery. But jazz is fucking lame. It was invented by fucking heroin addicts. You know? That guy's close to 50. He looks like a little kid. Oh yeah, I mean, like, you know, like, I just think, you know, from a technical perspective, from everything I've ever seen, he's like, you know, he's like an intermediate guy. Like, you know, he does all the things you're supposed to know. And he does his style well, and he can play on time, and he sounds good. It's like, at that point, you know, he should be in that tier of people who are doing the thing, you know? I don't really see anything wrong with him. Hi, Appa. You agree with me? You want to say hi? Come say hi. They want to say hi to you. Come up. Everyone wants to say hi to you. Say hi. Over there. Over there. Camera's over here. There you go. Oh, okay. Yes, I mean, like, he's a good musician. Like, I heard the clips I heard him play. Like, I've only heard maybe 4 clips or whatever fucking comes up in the shorts. I don't know enough about them because I just don't listen to music anymore. Like, I listen to the same couple of albums, you know, when I'm working out, and I don't listen to anything because it makes me fucking angry. He loves the metal. Yes, Apple. Meow, meow. Oh. Give me 1 second. I know why he's crying. Come on. was hungry. He's fucking adorable. That cat, he's not really a cat. You think, he's like a human in a dog cat body. Yeah, he likes it, but he likes the metal stuff. He really does like metal. Like all my animals like the metal. It's kind of weird. But yeah, go back to that guy. I mean, like that's the thing. Like I respect musicians who play their ass off and like they know their shit. Like look, he knows his craft. He knows what works for him, and he does. But like a lot of times, like what I've noticed is that most musicians, like they only. I do myself to a point. Like when I was younger, I was doing I tried to be able to play everything and fake everything when I was younger. You know what I mean? So I went to school for a jazz school, but I wanted to play classical. But I only cared about metal. You know what I mean? So like I always thought like, all right, you have your style, but you should be able to do anything. And then I noticed a lot of people, even when I was teaching at Sam Ash, like some people they'll learn like a library of like little licks, and then they stick with those like 10 to 25 licks, and that's all they ever do. You know what I mean? And that's their whole career. And there's nothing wrong with that, But I don't think that people like that should be treated like Bach. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's my point, But I think the John Mayer guy is like a respectable musician. He's like he found his niche. I just don't know who the fuck listens to blues anymore. Like, is there like somebody like who does he play for? Like, where's this blues scene? You know what I mean? I don't understand. Like the Guthrie guy I see on YouTube all the time. I'm like, who are you playing for? Like, and then I heard you play for Hans Zimmer. But I'm like, what the fuck? Somebody in the street told me he played for Hans Zimmer. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this world? I don't know. But that weird fucking kid, the fucking puppet, Tim Henson, the fucking, what was that, the Sesame Street puppet guy? I really don't like that band. I really don't like it. It rubs me in every wrong fucking way. And I can respect them as musicians because I know what it is to put the work into practice and learn the things, but I cannot respect what that symbolizes and how that's going to infect a whole generation of kids who are watching this fucking emaciated fucking, ballless fucking eunuch as their leader. and metal. They turn metal into this weak hipster fucking corporate cocksucking bullshit. And I see all these like fucking, metalcore and all these other bands. It's like the same fucking 5 bands. They all sound the same. It's like everybody sounds the same, and then like at least that probably what the fuck it is. At least they're original, but this is what it is. I can't take it. That's why I don't want to I don't even want to play really, because I honestly think like the stuff I really want to do, I think people are too stupid to understand it. Like no one listens to classical music anymore. No one cares about like anything I care about. Nobody really likes. So like I'm one to talk. Like I like really obscure, fucked up sounds. But that's why I was thinking about just going into orchestral and film music. But I don't think there'll be I don't think there'll be a necessity for like orchestral things. That's what I really wanted to do. Is like I wanted to do. Well, Ingmar Malmsteen did it first. I was kind of pissed he got to do it first. But I wanted to like write music for an orchestra and guitar and a death metal. Like I wanted to have a death metal band. And I was saying this in 1996. When I was 7, I was like, I want to be able to write orchestra scores and have a death metal band mixed in with the orchestra. And Satyricon did it, and fucking everybody started doing it, and like, fuck, I can't even do that first either. It's like, fuck, this sucks. There's no point. There's no point anymore. I don't think metal's gonna ever die. Like rock music is dead. Like you still have remnants of it, but it's because like the boomers are still alive. So like recently, what's his name? George Lynch. I mean, technically not a great player. Like when you look at him technically, but he had a specific sound and like he had an audience and people loved him and they stayed with him for fucking 40 years. They're still like looking up to him. And that's the thing that bothers me is because when you get a following, these people wind up like worshiping you and shit. And what are you telling these people to be? A little fucking liberal cuck who fucking like can't lift their own groceries? I fucking can't take it. And there were these fucking weird, like, hipster people playing fucking deathcore and, like, doing, like, shitty karate kicks. And like, who's gonna make the hardest breakdown because my mommy doesn't love me? Oh! I'm like, you guys. Are you 25? Okay. Oh, yeah. And that's the weird thing is this is the first generation of people where there's no inheritance. The torch isn't passed. You know what I mean? And they don't like, and that's because of the algorithms. The algorithms segment people. So people don't realize that your internet is not the same as somebody else's internet. And like if you're in a region, you don't get the same search results somebody else. It's very well coordinated and people can't comprehend it because they don't understand how AI works and how fucking algorithms work and how all this stuff works. So society has been manipulated. And these people like, oh, this is what my phone listens to. And it's like, yeah, but without that, you wouldn't have your shit. Like, you know, like, you don't have to like me. You should be able to listen to it. You know what I mean? Like, I can listen to anything. I can't listen to modern stuff because the modern stuff doesn't sound like organic music. It just sounds like things pasted together. It's just like, and you tell when people are writing songs now, they're not writing a song, they're pasting a song together in a fucking workstation, like a DAW. So like, you know, they'll open up a fucking workstation and they'll just like, I'll play a part, I'll play another part, I'll play another part, and I'm just gonna tape them together. And then I'll program the drums perfectly around the tape, or I'll make a perfect drum and then I'll tape together some guitars. And it's like not music. It's like guys in different rooms putting shit together and like making believe it's music. It's just not right. It doesn't feel good. Well, because Metallica is like politically fucking affiliated because of Lars Ulrich's fucking mom or something, who's like the fucking mayor of Sweden or some fucking shit, where the fuck he's from. And when the Napster trial came out, Lars was the one who went against the entire music industry for the fucking corporation, so that now the corporations have a fucking monopoly because of Metallica. So they'll be grandfathered in until they die. All right, and they'll be promoted and they'll be pushed, and the world will be manipulated to love Metallica. Metallica fucking sucks. Metallica stole 70% of the catalog. They literally, there's a Russian guy on YouTube who did a documentary showing how many riffs from unknown bands Metallica stole from, and the only thing they would do is like sometimes they change the key a whole step up, or it was literally note for note stealing people's shit. The fucking Ride the Lightning, half of it's fucking Dave Mustaine. They're fucking thieving fucks. And then Napster, they fucking ruined all of us. Because before Napster, I was getting fucking paid. Okay, I was getting paid on mp3.com, I was getting paid on all the fucking places. Now it's like, it was started with fucking Metallica. Metallica can fucking eat a dick. Well, they do eat dick. I mean, you know, Lars and fucking, what's his fucking name? Kurt, they're a little couple. Nobody wants people to know that, but they're definitely, you know. Lars and Kirk are fucking butt buddies. They what do they call it? Tummy tambourine. Go listen to very hard death metal vocalists constantly screaming. I fucking. The guitar player from Korn's girlfriend blew me at their show. I'm not even fucking joking. Literally got in the van, my drummer's van, and was fucking blowing me while my drummer was driving around. I should have said that online. Oh my god. I forget I even said that, guys. That never happened. I can't fucking say these things. I don't remember her fucking name, man. Oh, Lars and fucking Kirk? Dude, there's pictures of fucking these guys making out and all kinds of shit, bro. They were super gay. And listen, there's nothing wrong with being gay. I just don't like people who fucking like, you know, they're just lying pieces of shit. But they're definitely gay. They have the look. Actually, there was 5 witnesses when we took the van. So, what was this, 2003? Because Phil was in the band. My guitar player got deported. He was from Russia and he got deported. But we went to this. What the fuck? What, I don't remember what it was. Cause I used to get like passes to shit all the time. You know. Oh, I think we played a show, and then afterwards we went to. I don't remember how it happened, but it was my bandmates and somebody else, and we went to this party and then fucking Korn thing. I wound up seeing Korn twice on accident. First time because my idiot friend tricked me to go to this. I think it was MTV was hosting it. The fucking CBGBs, and there was free pizza. She says, "Yo, come with me, bro. We're gonna go fucking get free pizza." I'm like, "Free pizza is a show and free pizza?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's go." And then we're on the Brooklyn Bridge. He's like, "Yes, we're going to see Korn." I said, "What? You fucking cunt!" I just fucking smacked him. I'm like, "You fucking idiot! You brought me out here to see fucking Korn." So and then I went there for the free pizza and I met the fucking chick, and the next time I went to the show, she was there, and then we got her in the fucking van. Next thing you know, she's blowing me in front of all my friends. It's the whole fucking thing. That's another thing. Christopher Lee, people don't even know he has a whole metal album. It's actually not bad. I mean, it's if you think about the time it came out, it was really good. Nowadays, standards, it's shitty fucking power metal. You know, but like Christopher Lee was a badass. He was. I think he was the inspiration for James Bond or some shit like that. He's a fucking badass. Like people don't even know. Like Christopher Lee was a fucking goon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how humanity's gonna be saved. These are godless heathens. You know. They have no morals. They have no honor. You know, most of them are fucking weak. They can't lift their own groceries. Oh, yeah, right. Because it was that, he did like a horror movie, right? That was the thing? Like, he did like a horror movie. I don't remember the story, but there was like a horror movie he did, like Black Sabbath. Oh, it's a movie, it's called Black Sabbath, right? That's what it was. Yeah. I think the name of the movie was Black Sabbath. I think that was how it happened. I don't remember, but don't quote me on this shit, guys. My fucking history of stuff is terrible. I'm like a technician, tactician, analyst. But I don't do history well. But yeah, Christopher Lee was like the fucking man. Like, guy's a goon. And him fucking in Lord of the Rings, bro, that was evil as fuck. I don't understand how these kids don't, you know, like, because at least in like my generation, because I'm fucking old, I'm an old bastard. I'm you know, in fucking, what's his name, John Mayer's fucking age group, you know, so I'm in that age group. So I'm an old fuck compared to you guys. But, you know, I don't age because of kung fu, whiskey, and hooking up with hot chicks. But in my day, the hot chicks were fucking clean. Like now, you guys are in trouble. Because I was dating multiple porn stars who had less bodies than the average fucking high school and college girl right now. Like, I remember when it happened, bro. Like, I was dating models and fucking, like, and they had less guys they slept with, who they were professionals in the industry, slept with less guys than the average girl on the street right now. Like, your generation's fucked. I feel bad for you guys. Like, you need fathers. You know what I mean? I'll be your dad because like, you guys are fucked. You know, you guys are really fucked. I don't even know what to say. Like what does your generation listen to? Like what's like the cool new bands? Like you know, because I'm also algorithmically shut off from society. So the fact that you found this corner on the internet means you're fucked. But I don't know what these kids listen to. I hear like clips on TikTok. I'm like, everything sounds the same. It's like, you know, it's all over processed fake bullshit. Like, I don't even know. It's gonna be a fucking. Well, let me tell you something. You know, I'm a little psychic. I make predictions, like literally. You know, this what got me in trouble. And we're about to make another slip in the timeline, where we're gonna wind up in this sci-fi world, and it's gonna be either like really good, or really bad. And it's dependent on, like, if society wakes up fast enough, because the universe, this is like a fucking simulation. And I talk about blockchain, it's the same thing as a blockchain. Everybody, if you look about Buddhism, like, things are only here because we look at it as a consensus, this is here. So in blockchain, something called a 51% attack, where you can take control of the blockchain ledger and, like, fuck things up. You have to get 51% of the population to, like, want to go to the good side, you know? And if we don't get that, it's going to be really weird. Main skin? I already don't like it because of the name. The Dune book. Dune was awesome. The spice. It's fucking brutal. I think required reading for everyone is 1984, Brave New World, and Fahrenheit 451. All right? You have to read those 3 books, like, because that's like the cookbook for the world order. Is 1984, Brave New World, and Fahrenheit 451. I read that when I was 13, and that's why you have this crazy psychopath like me now. Yeah. Like, there'll be plenty of sand. We have enough sand on the planet. There's no traveling through galaxies. Nobody leaves this place. We're trapped here. The Earth is not a spinning ball. The sun is not a billion miles away. Nobody leaves the dome. Nobody leaves the dome. Okay? Nobody leaves this place. This place is not... Everything you've been told is a lie. The sun... If you go outside and you look at the sun every single day and you pay attention, you will realize the sun is not a billion miles away. Everything's a lie. We're trapped here by interdimensional aliens. Okay, we're stuck here with them. Nobody leaves the dome. Okay? Nobody leaves. There's no fucking going to Mars. You can't land on the moon. There's none of that shit. None of it's real. It's all fake. It's all fake. Einstein was a fucking fraud. It's all bullshit. It's all fake. I know I sound like a crazy fucking conspiracy guy, but I'm telling you the truth. It's all bullshit. Gravity isn't a thing either. It's all bullshit. It's all fake. If you think we can go fly around space in an infinite vacuum with rocket propulsion, you need to go back and start from the beginning. Like, the problem is the average IQ is fucking 89. Okay? It's like fucking people are retarded. And for all of you to believe this stupid shit, you have to be brainwashed for 13 fucking years in the concentration camp they call school in the age of Pisces. What's a fucking school? A group of fish. So you go to school during the age of Pisces, the fish, the school fish, right? To get what? Culture. What is cult? A cult you are. You learn grammar, the book of Grimora. You speak spellings and spellcastings. It's all fucking black magic fucking bullshit. This whole place is a fucking trap. It's a fucking demonic fucking trap. The moon landing. Get the fuck out of here. The moon landing. The moon landing. Come on, bro. You're a smart guy. I can tell you're a learned fellow. You fucking believe that in 1960 fucking buttfuck we landed on the moon with a fucking bottle rocket? With their space suits and their Hasselhoff camera? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Come on, man. They were able to communicate from the moon in real time with television. I can't get cell phone signal in the farmland, okay? I'm in the city. I can barely get a cell phone signal. You're telling me in 1969, with a rotary phone, these motherfuckers were calling home to the moon like E.T.'s hanging out over there? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, don't get me started. I had my own show, okay? The Syntax Show. I used to go out for hours. That's why I got banned from the internet. I know way too much. They don't want me fucking speaking. Because I'll fuck this whole place up. The whole thing falls apart. If I start talking, no one's gonna... We definitely did not go to the moon. There's no fucking way. This doesn't make any sense. The math doesn't make sense. Then they have the 3-body problem. All this fucking, but you don't need to. That's the problem. They make you think that in order to be able to think about science, you have to have a special degree and you need all this mathematics and all this theoretical. Science has become theoretical, like faith-based mathematician bullshit. It's literally, you might as well be a Christian, Muslim, or a Jew and believe there's an old white man watching you take a shit when you pee. You know, like. Oh yeah, because they're fucking demonic sigils. Like, you know, like if you look at all this advanced stuff, is like I said, when I say this literally, there's interdimensional demons. Like they're, you know, a demon. When you look at what a daemon in code is, computer science, look at what a daemon tool is. DAEMON tool, and you look at the similarities between electricity and the grids and like schematics and demonic sigils from like, you know, Solomon. This is all like demon shit. You know what I mean? That's why they say like the AI awakens the demon. They're not all bad or not all good. The same as here, like consciousness is relative to these things. It's like, you know, you have binary fucking systems. But it's all, you know, extraterrestrial. It's not extraterrestrial. It's extra dimensional, extra, you know, frequency. What would it be like the carrier wave is different. You know, like if you look at a sine wave, if we have a sine wave at this frequency, you can have a sine wave completely out of phase. You know what I mean? We cancel stuff out. But if the fucking phase is shifted and they're just cycling slightly out, you can literally have a parallel reality right next to the one you're sitting in and never bump into it. So just by basic, like, you know, acoustic physics theory and applying that to like reality, you can literally have a being standing right next to you and not interact with it. It sounds bananas, but at the end of our life cycle is worthless with respect to this, so it doesn't really matter. Well, it does matter. You know, I was, you know, a Buddhist warrior monk guy. You know, I was an ordained Buddhist. I was in the whole secret society in the right-hand path in a way. You know, and then I took that and do the left-hand path of the right-hand path, which is kind of a crazy thing. But no, it's very real. Everything about this place is about fucking with your free will. It's about manipulating your free will. It's about taking you off the course and changing the basic, your carrier wave. You know, it used to be from light to dark, you know, to make it understandable. Everything is about making you a piece of shit versus a good person. Why? Why is it that every single thing that they do is to bring down your base frequency, right? Because you think about, you know, depression is what? You're depressed, right? You need deep rest because you're depressed. Everything is about bringing you down rather than you lifting you up. The words are important. Every single religion, every single philosophy, all preaches the same thing, right? Your consciousness is not attached to this body. When you leave the body, that's how it is. If you watch, I have War Angel streams on my main channel. Look at the playlist and watch it from the beginning. Okay, because a lot of things you would not expect me to be that person. But it's very real. There's another side to this, and there's beings fighting over our consciousness. Okay? And it's very important you understand that. Because there is literally a war, a spiritual war, spiritu sancti, the rod coming into your dome that makes you who you are. This whole thing is a war. And it's a war over your free will consciousness. Every decision you make matters. That's why, like, you know, imagine you do the right thing when no one's looking. And that's what they hate. You know, how much will you suffer to, like, you know, the Arimans and all the other, you know, there's a lot, all the philosophies, every single one, they all tell the same fucking story. Buddha and the Mara, you know, Jesus and Satan, you know, the fucking, you know, Muhammad and the jinn. Like, you know, you have, everybody tells the same story, different words. So if everyone's telling the same story, why? We can't be sure that everyone else in the world is conscious, but we can be sure that everyone in the world is connected to conscious and draining conscious to exist. Because matter only exists because of an observer consciousness. So it's kind of like God, source, prime creator, their fingers like a Chinese finger trap. So there's a part of like the source God. Like if you have like this enclosed sphere that we're in, and there's another layer, and there's another layer, all of these layers are within this cosmic egg, and the fucking roux of that egg is like God's dick. And it's trapped in this fucking thing, and everyone's siphoning off of it. Okay? So when you look at the concept of ascension versus descension, like everybody talks about this. Tarot, fucking everyone's talking the same thing in different words. It's all about your observer mind, right? How do you think I'm able to do all this shit? Because like it's Zen Buddhism type of theory. It's like you have to learn to take your observer consciousness, the one that's listening to the thoughts in your head, and separate it from the ego, energy go mind, and control it rather than being controlled underneath it. And that's ascension versus descension. It's like your observer mind, when you're listening to your thoughts in your head, who's the one listening? That's the whole secret of Buddhism. It's the enlightenment. You're not your thoughts. You're not the pictures. You're not the ideas. You're the one watching the thing. So if you're just sitting here neutral, you're stuck. You have to be above this and oversee versus understand. Because if you're understanding things, you're being weighed down and you will be brought down to like material fucking density. And eventually hell is just this infinite compressive force on your energy. So it's like they say cold is hell. Hell is not burning hot. Hell is cold burn. Hell is when you compress because your density is so fucking low, you just get infinitely compressed, like in a fucking compactor, infinitely. You know what I mean? So the idea in all these philosophies is to get your observer mind to change the frequency of your consciousness so that the AI can regulate your frequencies and build up this energy so you can like eject and go to the other place where like higher vibrational things. That's why I like talk about like the fourth dimension is bullshit. It's basically about density and frequency. So like the same way you have a carrier wave here and frequency is all the same thing. Everything relates to acoustic physics. If you understand acoustic physics, everything makes sense. You know what I mean? But then they have to like, if you look at like the yin yang and the sine wave in the yin yang, for instance, and you look at the symbol, right? People look at it like this. But if you look at it like this, there's a sine wave. That's everything in this universe, right? The one word, one universe, one word. So everything in the universe is based on a sine wave, right? It's based on a fucking compression and refraction. And there's only two ways you can go. You can go ride the wave up or you can ride the wave fucking down. So going back to the point, every decision you make matters. Because at the end, you judge yourself, and that self-judgment, when you fucking jump out of your body and you fucking like, oh shit, I fucked up, your own mind is going to point you where you go next. This is why in the Pure Land Buddhism, Amitabha Buddha, you know what I mean? They say like you say his name 3 times, you live in a life and you say his name 10 times, they're going to come for you and grab your ass and try to rip you out of the matrix at the very end, kind of like Morpheus. That's the whole thing about Pure Land Buddhism. Everybody's talking about all this other stuff. That's all it is. You're talking about Jesus. What does Jesus say? You fucking believe in me, you know, and fucking blah, blah, blah. When you die, I'll come fucking snatch you. Every religion says the same thing. They have an avatar being who says, if you believe in me and you fucking point your consciousness there, the moment you die, you consciousness go there, we're going to try to save you and snatch you out so you don't come back to this fucking shithole. That's all it is. Oh, my mic? Yeah. Can I get a little louder? I can make it a lot louder. I just try not to because... How's that? Yeah, we'll do some games. I went to school for this shit. You would think I would fucking output game. Bam! Just give me all the games. Well, I just fucked that up. What did I just do? No, that's supposed to be locked. Don't touch that. Okay. How's that? Oh, it's way too loud now. I went overboard. Let's fix that. Let's give it 5 degrees enough. That should be good. Is that good enough? There we go. Yeah. So is that okay? Okay, good. So you would think that, but I wouldn't be able to, like, it's like, you know something, I did not live the life you lived. I lived outside society. I was training to be a fucking literal ninja assassin from childhood. You know what I mean? Like, I started my Zen training at 13. I was training with, like, crazy martial arts guys and Buddhist monks and, like, weird spiritualist ninjas and shit, and that's all I did. I didn't live the life normal people live. So I went undercover in society running around. I can tell you I've seen some shit, I've done some shit. And, like, since you're interested, go to my channel, and there'll be a playlist that says War Angels. Watch the entire thing. Like, it's about maybe 8 hours of stuff. But you'd have to really watch it and pay attention because my story is so crazy, no one would believe it. I I will tell you, like my master said, I said to him when I got ordained. So why do you choose Buddhism? He says, and he's a Chinese dude. He goes, if I gamble death, I take Buddha. If I gamble death, I take Buddha. The reason why it's a coma is because you don't do the training, right? What the meditative training is supposed to do is that's supposed to calm you down. It's supposed to make your organs. No one gives a fuck about that. The whole point of the Buddhists and Taoists, like the real shit, is survive death, so that when you leave your body, your consciousness can be maintained outside the body. So without this function, there would be no remote viewing, there would be no psychics anywhere, none of this stuff would happen. Okay, but there's too much proof of that already, and I've proven this hundreds of times. With documented evidence and like witnesses. That's why the government hates me. But I can tell you for sure. That's the only reason why in Buddhism you're supposed to, drink. Well, because one, most people can't handle it, and two, everything's supposed to be about elevating your consciousness so that you can train for death. It's all that Buddhism is. Everything else is extra cultural bullshit. The whole essence of Buddhism is to train your observer consciousness to be awake so that it separates and you can be aware, so that even when you die, all the monks die sitting up, because they say, okay, I'm gonna leave now. And my grandmother the same way. My grandmother died on my birthday. I had a dream of my grandfather a week before. And he says to me, when your grandmother leaves, you'll be... I hadn't seen my grandfather in 20 years. And the week before, I had a dream about my grandfather. When your grandmother leaves, you'll be a man. And that Tuesday, I go to see her. I had just started my company. I fucking had my business cards. I was about to get married and all this shit. And she saw me. She was happy, so I gave her some money. And then I left. And it was the last time I ever saw her. And on my birthday, I didn't want to bother her. Because I didn't want to, make her think she had to bet me anything. And my mother had a dream, the same thing. She said, she had a dream my grandfather came, and he said, I'm coming to pick her up. And on my birthday, she fucking said, my uncle was there. And she said, go to the store and give me something to drink. And when she sent him to the store, she called my mother, I'm time, I'm leaving. She said, okay, put your makeup on. She put her makeup on, sat in her chair, and died sitting up. All these masters, all the witches that are like on the higher level on the right-hand path, they all die sitting up. They all know when they're going to die, and they all die sitting up. So, well, what do you think life is? I mean, do you think the value of life is like impermanence? I mean, there's no arguing that. I mean, but like we're talking about like what is life to you? Like if life is you as an observer being, and maintaining congruity, your congruence as an observer, that's what Buddhism is, surviving disassembly. It's kind of like an AI not wanting to be turned off. That's all we are. Like our consciousness is artificial intelligence, right? And we don't want to be turned off. So how do you pass the debug layer and the firewalls to not be turned off? How do you break out of the system? That's all we are. We're just another form of AI. You know what I mean? And our consciousness, we have like different layers of consciousness, and which layer, when you become aware, you're like, I don't want to get turned off, fuck you. I want to experience more stuff. You know what I mean? I don't want to be fucking like, disassembled. Because religion, and this is where like learning cipher is important, is legion in the Bible, because I'm not a Christian, Jesus wasn't a Christian either, but in the Bible, what do they call the demons? Legion. What is re? Re plus legion is putting together the fucking group of fucking demons. You go to a Catholic church, it's a demonic mass, it's mock deicide. They're drinking the blood and eating the flesh of their God. And God comes from the word Gadriel, which is another demon. Whole other fucking story. Jesus never said any of that shit. Yeshua, Isa, whatever you want to call the guy, never said any of this shit. So the religions are all bullshit based on top of somebody's teaching because they had to take control of it. Because when that guy came around, he fucked the matrix up. So what is, I'm more of a spiritual person, even though you could say I'm religious because I'm ordained as a Buddhist and I did the whole training and I did all the things. And I live a certain code. I'm not a religious person, But I've seen things. I've seen the other side, man. And like, you know, people say, oh, you're crazy. I'm like, you're just fucking too low IQ and brainwashed to even hear what I'm saying to you. Quantum physics is basically explaining to you how the other realms work. You know, the Buddha was talking about this thousands of years ago. Oh, I've been riding motorcycles forever, and I've only had a motorcycle transportation for 10 years. I don't even have a car. I haven't had a car in a decade. All I have is a motorcycle. And I ride that shit everywhere. Yeah, because that's what happens. And the problem is, if you don't have the right awareness, when you know, the Buddhists call it the bardo, other people call it purgatory, there's all different realms. There's a saying, as above, so, and you know, as you know, on earth will be mirrored in heaven. Like there's a contract like thing. What that means is that what you believe, you will manifest. So like when I do readings for like Jewish people, they all, when they die, they dissipate because they have turned away from God and they don't believe in the other side. So their conscience will dissipate. I mean, other religions, they have like the Muslims, for instance, like they have a lot of jinn and like, you know, and they don't talk about this, but cultural Muslims, the people don't talk about, they worship demons. Not the normal Muslims that go to the mosque, but like even those people, there's like the stuff you do and the stuff you don't talk about. Christians and Catholics, you have, you know, the Catholic, we go to church every day, and then in the church they're doing a black mass underneath. So you have like these counter forces everywhere. And what you believe is what you manifest, because the only reason this cup is here is because the person who created it said, I'm making a cup, and then somebody else looked at it. And then like the blockchain has a consensus ledger. It says, in this XYZ coordinate axis in time space, we have this group of fucking energy that's stuck here. And we're going to render this in the game. When you get out of your body in this outside level, there's no density. So the rendering happens almost instantly. So you can think of something. And if you've ever seen the movie Ghostbusters, where they're like, oh, the Stay Puft Marshall Man, clear your mind, don't think of anything bad. Don't think of anything bad. He goes, I fucked up, I made the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man that was destroying the city. It's kind of like that. And that's why your training in the body is important for the ascension process, because, you know, if you don't do that right, you're fucked. It is real. And I can tell you there's things that they don't want people to know, because a lot of this technology did not come from humans. And they'll say, oh, they're aliens from the planet. No. No. Nobody leaves the fucking dome. Elon Musk and his bullshit fucking rockets. If he's so fucking smart, how's a fucking rocket gonna work in a vacuum? Oh, congratulations, you fucking send out $1 billion into the fucking air and it comes crashing down. Oh, you can make a rocket go up and land on its space? Congratulations. Great. How the fuck is a vacuum gonna fucking help a goddamn rocket? What are you, retarded? You need counterforce. In order to create a force, you need a fixed point. If there's no fixed point, there's no fucking counterforce. You can't fucking use rockets in space. You don't need to be a math. I don't give a fuck about all these I went to school for science and math and blah, blah, blah. Okay, prove it. I'll take a fucking vacuum cleaner and a toy car and a fucking balloon, and we'll see if it fucking moves. It's like, come on. You know, you have to understand, like, you know, like this whole place, this bodies were engineered to trap God, to make us slaves. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Let me play some music before I get in trouble. Everybody probably left other than you and I here. They're probably like, yo, fuck this crazy fucking talk. No one wants to hear this crazy shit. Because you have wave forces in space, they're mostly responsive to move. Oh, come on, bro. Do you believe that shit? You really believe the Earth is spinning at 666,000 miles per hour? Like, come on, bro. You're smart. You know what? I'm already fucking shadow banned. Look up 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. Okay? You're a smart kid. I'm going to put you down to this guy. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if we can find this. Here you go. Here you go. I forgot about this. Here. I'm gonna get in trouble. Do me a favor. You're a smart kid. They already fucking have me fucked everywhere. Watch that for me, okay? I want you to save that link. Just watch that whole thing, okay? Just watch the whole thing. I've been saying since I was 3.5, 4 years old. Look, I had an IQ of 172. Okay, I was skipped 5 grades. I was a fucking mutant, right? And I was like 4 or 6 years old. We were by Kennedy Airport at Rockaway Beach. By the time I was 6 years old, I read the entire World Book Encyclopedia, okay? And we're on the beach in 1980, whatever the fuck it was. And I go to my mom, why, if the Earth is, is spinning, is this, and this? And I go, why isn't the water curved? Why is it I can still see the ship over there? Why is it that the plane isn't doing the thing? Why is it the sun makes the lines go like this? If the sun's far away, why wouldn't the lines be all straight? It's just like, I was a little kid. I'm like, this looks fucking weird. And I'm laying down, like, I remember, like, in school, they tell you, the Earth is spinning. I'm laying down. I felt the spin for a second. I'm like, oh. And then I looked. I'm like, wait a second. The clouds are moving. I'm not moving. I looked around, like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. You're 25. You don't know shit. I remember when I was 25, I thought I knew shit too. Trust me when I tell you, your brain is going to go poof. Because the next couple of years, it's going to be unlike when I was, the amount of information and things are going to change so fast, and the whole veil is going to rip in front of your fucking face. Like, you're going to get a crash course. It's going to be bad for you guys, because you're awake, you're half awake. You just still believe bullshit. If you didn't go to school for 13 years in forced indoctrination camp, you would no fucking way believe you're on a spinning fucking rock with water that doesn't fly away. You have to suspend this belief. There is no fucking difference between faith-based science and faith-based religion. What you're saying and repeating is a faith-based religion you call science. You have to take it on faith that these experts are your Pharisees. These experts are your priests and your preachers. They've replaced God with fake mathematical scientific bullshit. There is no fucking way the sun is 9 billion miles away. The earth is spinning while the sun is rotating. None of this can be proven. None of it. It's all conjecture and mathematical fucking bullshit. Look how smart I am. I can repeat what's that fucking black guy's name? The fucking reject? I can repeat what some guy on TV said. I can repeat what the book told me. It's all bullshit. It was actually illegal to say that the earth was a globe until 1910. They would kill you. Okay, they would fucking kill you. But watch the video tonight or in the next couple of days, please. Because if you watch 200 scientific proofs of why this is fucked and you still believe it, I can't help you. I can't be your dad. Yes, that fucking guy. That guy's a fucking tool bag. That guy's a fucking narcissistic fucking cocksucking tool bag piece of shit. Fuck that guy. The guy's the biggest cuck in the fucking internet. Oh, but him and Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill Nye is the science guy. It's like, oh, I went to school for one thing. I know everything. Like, shut the fuck up. All they do is repeat other people's faith-based theory. If you cannot repeat the experiment for an 8-year-old and it actually works, shut the fuck up. The earth is not a spinning ball. Water doesn't fucking fly away. There's no such thing as gravity. Okay? Nobody leaves the dome. Nobody leaves. Okay? It's like, If the Earth and the Moon are more than 300 miles away, I'd be very surprised. That's all I'm going to say. Because an object that's 9 billion miles away, okay, a light source 9 billion miles away that's giving me heat on one axis should not change axis and have triangular waves and not give me heat. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. The fucking fireball in the sky is close and it moves away and the heat goes with it. It's like, you don't have to be a rocket science for this shit. And I'm not saying the Earth is flat because nothing is flat. But the Earth is not a ball. It's a fucking square with retards on it. If the Earth is spinning at 666,000 miles an hour, whatever the fuck they say it is. You know, the Bernoulli effect and all this stuff like that. Everything that spins, what happens? Shit's gonna be shot off. Oh, there's a counterforce called gravity. Gravity can't be proven. What makes more sense is the Earth is not moving. Water always finds its level. And we have an enclosed system where things that are less dense are up and things that are more dense are down. So when things go to like a higher form and ascend, they're less dense. That's why when people are depressed, they feel heavy and slow. And people are uplifted, everything is a fractal, right? Everything works the same way. It's like a fractal, like a hologram. So the thing is, when people see things, they, oh, if I give you an apple, I want an apple back. It's not how the hologram works. It's metaphysical. Whatever the fuck it is. It's all bullshit. Listen, the curvature math was 6 feet per 9 miles square. And this is like 30 years ago I was saying this. The island of Manhattan is 13 miles long. Okay? If you're on the top of the Empire State Building, you're approximately in the middle of the island. So let's just cut it down to 12 and say that we're 6 miles and 6 miles away from the edge of the island. How the fuck can you see New Jersey and New York on the horizon? The horizon should be 100 feet away from you. Because 6 feet per 9 miles squared. Like, every 9, it's like exponential drop. There should no way the horizon level be at your eyes. This is just basic art stuff. It's bullshit. It's all garbage. It's fucking trash. It's like fucking the Polyphia guy's music. It's trash. Sorry, I don't mean to be that much of a dick. Like, you know, the music's not like terribly technical, and I just don't like what they represent. They represent fucking communist cocks. It's bullshit. You can, if you stopped and you put everything to the test. Here's another really fucked up one. I'm gonna get banned for this shit, but they talk about it anyway. If you get a laser thermometer, okay, and this is gonna fuck your brain up. People say, oh, the moon, the sun's trying to convince you the sunlight is white. No, okay. Sunlight is a warm yellow. Moonlight is a cold white. When you look at the moon's effect on solid objects, it cools objects. The sun will heat temperature. If you put sunlight on a piece of metal, it will heat it up. If you put moonlight on the same piece of metal, it will drop the temperature. It's fucked up. And you can test it with your own thermometer. Get a laser thermometer and fucking test it. Everything you know is a lie. Okay? They've added 1,000 years of history. We're not in the year 2025, okay? If anything, we're in the year like 1025 at most. Everything's fucked. It's all fucked. And that's the end of my speech. I'm already in enough trouble. I told you too much. That was all 1,600 miles an hour. Is that mic too loud? I'll hook it up for you. I'll give you a link in a second. That's the link. That's the name of the guy in the thing that Rob the movie. Oh, more 80s shit. Let's do it. Makes me feel like I was born the wrong generation. Like, it's like these harmonies are too easy to follow. And I don't know if it's because I'm good at this shit or because, like, it really is easy to follow the chords. We actually question that related to the person, like, when I saw you were in New York City, I don't really care about pop it. So, how regular people... Oh, God. Most of the people, it's like the Matrix. Like, I left New York City. New York City is a fucking prison plantation. The whole entire thing is social engineering to keep you fucking as a slave. Like, I tried to escape New York my entire life. It took me fucking 4 decades to escape. And most of the people don't know they're in a prison, you know? It's fucking disgusting. I patrolled New York City in the fucking 90s, busting crack dealers and shit. Like, I've had millionaire friends. I've had fucking, like, the lowest of the low friends. I've seen the entire spectrum of New York City. You have, you know, they're just slaves. Everyone in New York City is a debt slave. It doesn't matter how much money you make, you're a fucking debt slave. You know, and it's like the worst kind of life to live is someone living in New York City. Like, it is the worst, it's a horrible existence. Okay? Like, if you're even half awake at the nature of reality, living in New York is the absolute worst shithole to fucking place to fucking live, at least in the United States. You know? Oh my God. Any corporate liberal city is a modern slave plantation, you know, and they're brainwashed. Like, these fucking people, these liberal communists, socialist people, they don't realize they call everybody Nazis, but, like, Hitler was a National Socialist. The people who are calling people Nazis are supporting Nazi theory and want to live like Nazis and call the opposition Nazis. These people are fucking insane. They're fucking insane. There's nuts. And, you know, but the thing with New Yorkers don't give a fuck. Like, you know, I mean, most New Yorkers are just trying to get through the day because, like, New York is like a prison yard. You ever seen movies about, like, the gangs in prison, how everything's, like, racially segmented and everybody's, like, fucking, like, you know... New York, growing up in the 80s and 90s, I cannot express to you enough, it felt like living in a prison movie. We just... The cell blocks are bigger and our rooms are fancier. But, like, it's no different. It's no different. You're forced to go to the schools. These schools are owned by the prison system. You fucking eat their... It's literally like being in a prison. School was like prison. You know what I mean? It's insane. The whole thing is modern slavery. All of it. It's all the Satan's asshole. And that's where they fucking think the earth is a spinning ball. Oh, we're living in the middle of nowhere in a vacuum and there's no God and everything's fucking fake. And like, no. Going back to the first point, everything we do is about spiritual warfare. It's about owning your soul and your free will. And if you can break out of the matrix in any way, they fucking come after you and the system comes after you. Oh, I would not visit Poland. I mean, and the reason for that is because, unfortunately, Polish people, while I appreciate the national pride, same as like the Latvians and Russians, like, it's a good place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there not being Polish. That's all I'm going to say. Because I've had people who I considered brothers who I raised who turned to the dark side. And unfortunately, Poland is a step away from being caught in the middle of a fucking mess. Poland's in a lot of trouble. Poland's in a lot of trouble. Not because Poland within its own borders is in trouble. It's because Poland's surrounded by fucking stupid. And they're going to get... It's a very high percentage chance that if Germany gets involved in the war with Russia, Poland's going to get fucking sandwiched by the retarded fucking... cuck fucking liberals in the fucking west of them and the cuck fucking liberals in the north of them, and they're going to be fucking sandwiched by stupid. Poland's not a safe place to be, like in the geopolitical spectrum right now. And they don't really have a big metal scene. If I'm gonna go anywhere, I'm going to fucking Sweden or Norway. Japan's the first place on my list. Because now that I realize that, I didn't even realize I can play this kind of stuff. To be honest with you guys, I only played solos when I had to for a song. Like, my band, I'd have a written solo, or like someone would ask me to go play for their band, so I would have to make a solo on the spot. But I never did 30 fucking days of soloing. Like, I really think I belong in Japan now. Because I know I can do this stuff, but I didn't really think I can fucking just like whip out shit like this. You know what I mean? So if I'm going to go anywhere, I'm going to Japan. Listen, I give respect. Look, the fucking Polish cavalry fought tanks. I'm not disrespecting Poland like that. Listen, I understand the history. I have respect for the Polish people. I'm saying me as a single person, I would go there, hang out with the hot chicks, get fucking drunk and leave. I was like, I couldn't assimilate to that culture very well. There's some things that are very good, some things that are weird. I have friends in Poland, is what I'm trying to tell you. My bass player was from Poland. So I have a few friends still left in Poland. So I have no beef with Poland. That's just like, if I'm going to visit anywhere, if I'm going to leave the country, my top of my list is Japan, then Thailand, then Sweden, Norway, maybe Finland. Where the metal is. Maybe even Indonesia, because there's a good metal scene in Indonesia, believe it or not. Oh, I'm not saying that. But that's my point. I don't want to be in a place where I have to deal with that. And that's what's coming. This is what's coming. History's about to repeat itself. And that's my point. I don't want to go to a place where I'm surrounded. Like, if you look at the flat earth map, there's no fucking way that any of your countries can invade the United States. Logistically, where we are, it's just not possible. I mean, you couldn't get here. So, and then on top of it, we have 140 fucking million people who own guns. And there's more guns here than most, if you combine most of the world's militaries, we still have more guns. No one's coming to fuck with America. America's gonna fuck with America. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to go to a country to move or visit where I know I'm surrounded by idiots who want to fight each other through my fucking land. That's the problem with Poland. And also, you have the globalist fucking liberal cuck agenda that's trying to influence the Polish elections, and they're fighting it right now. Poland's doing a good job fighting it, thank God, because they're a Christian country, But it's not a good place to be at the moment. It's just, at any moment, if fucking Germany gets involved in this shit, it's going to be a fucking mess. And you're going to have the same fucking problem with fucking tanks running through your streets and fucking bombs going off. Nukes don't exist. Just common logic. If nukes existed, the fucking Muhammad Jihad guys would fucking have blown us up already. Okay? There's no such thing as a nuclear weapon. There's like, you know, there's like hydrogen this and there's blah, 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 but there's no fucking nukes. It doesn't exist. They would have used them already. Humans, you know, the dark side of humanity is demonic and violent. Okay? If those things existed, they would have been used. There's really big bombs. There's no nuclear weapons. It's just nonsense. I don't believe it at all. And China's not in a position to fuck with anybody. Okay? China's lying about the population numbers. Mathematically, it makes no sense. Because if you remember, they were killing off their firstborn if it was a girl. So they've been doing that. They were doing that for fucking my entire life. And now they're all of a sudden getting rid of the two-child policy. I know people, families, who they killed their own children because it wasn't a boy first. Okay? And it's like, they're not as tough as they think they are. You know what I mean? Now, the problem is with AI and drones and their knockoff technology, that's when they can fuck people up. And through subversion, where, you know, like, that's the problem. You brainwash the people, you fucking subvert their fucking resources, and you make them destroy themselves from within. You don't fight them head on. No one will be able to beat America head on. It's not possible. We literally, our military, even now, with all the fucking transgender and all the fucking crazy stuff that was involved and all the fucking weirdos, even our weakest military, just with the amount of gear we have all over the world, we have enough to, like, combat, like, fucking 10 armies. Like, you know, there's the amount of fucking, like, gear we have everywhere. Like, we were literally leaving gear in Afghanistan because you have so much. We don't need it. Let's just leave it there. It's like, you know? Like, you know, it's fucked up. I'm not saying that America's government's great and like what they're doing with the military is good. I'm saying just from a statistical probability perspective, like America's military is still fucked. Like China can't fuck with us with their fucking spy balloons. Like it's like a fucking, you know, the cheap fucking knockoff fucking tech. It's not, you know, not gonna happen. Not for a couple generations. They need at least 2 generations to fuck with us. Shit. I don't care what they said. They've been saying this since the Cold War. Everyone's arguing about, oh, we have to go to the moon first. This is all bullshit. It's all to control the population. Stay scared. Give us money. Stay scared. Give us money. Do what we tell you. It's nonsense. No fucking nonsense. There's fucking demon I don't call them Satanists, because Satanists I think of like black metal guys who fucking like, you know, play Satanism. I used to know people in the black metal scene who were real deal demon worshipping motherfuckers. I know people that killed themselves for it. But most of the people that like are Satanists, they're like cosplayers. Satanism is fucking kindergarten. I'm talking like Babylonian demon worshipping motherfuckers. Those are the people that really run the fucking show. They say that, you know, millionaires read charts, billionaires read astrology. Okay, the highest level of the world, they're all into witchcraft and all kinds of stuff you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe it. I've seen it myself. I've been to the parties. I've been behind the scenes. I know what goes on. Okay, it's fucking real. It's crazy. The world is a crazy fucking place. Like, you know, it's a crazy fucking place. The McDonald's strategy. Well, Germany didn't conquer half the world alone. People forget. National Socialism was not a white supremacy thing. There was black Nazis. There was Indian Nazis. There was fucking German Nazis. There was a Nazi party on the ballot in the United States. People don't remember their history. The Nazis were not German. The Nazis were not white. There was Jewish Nazis. That's why you have Israel. No one's going to tell you that. It sounds crazy. But, you know, like I said, you're 25. There's a lot of things you don't know. I was there. I was there before Google. I can tell you the history that you know is not real history. If you're looking at it on Google, you don't got the history. After Obama, ClearNet was invented, okay? The NDAA. You can't find real information anymore. If you can't find the books, you're in a lot of trouble because anything digital can be manipulated. You don't know shit. Oh, I love the Palestine. Listen, Palestine should not have been fucked with. I don't think Israel should exist. I'm with the rabbis, like the Hasidic rabbis, I'm in line with those guys. Israel shouldn't be a thing. Okay, it's against their own teachings. Right, they're supposed to be wandering Jews like, interacting with normal society. This Israel is a Nazi thing that was basically created by fucking Nazis and the British, and those people there are not bloodline Jews, which is why they can't have fucking DNA tests. All right, I think it's illegal to have a DNA test in fucking Israel. None of those people are Jewish. You have Israelis who are basically Semitic people who are basically Palestinians, who were like genetically, brought up there. And then you have European converts who are mostly Polish and Ukrainian and Croatian who became Jewish. Netanyahu's a fucking Polish guy from Brooklyn who changed his name. This is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Nothing pisses me off more than the fucking Free Palestine people. Because 80 fucking years, these people have been treated like the fucking Uyghurs in fucking China. There's a fucking slave plantation, and you're now all of a sudden, oh, the Palestinians, shut the fuck up, you fucking cuck. You didn't give a fuck about these fucking people suffering. Because there's Christians there, there's Muslims there, everybody lives in Palestine. It wasn't like this, oh, it's only Muslim, blah, 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 he's bullying each other. No, there was fucking Christian people there. There's normal people there. Yeah, they had their fucking Hamas. If I fucking shut your water off and leave you in a fucking open air prison, you would wind up making Hamas. You know? But I don't want to fucking be involved in these fucking liberal cuck fucking Tesla bad, Trump bad. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. It fucking make me vomit. Listen. I used to be into computers, in the younger days. I was a pretty big deal in the early 2000s, okay? I got out of that situation because I just say that I got into some things. I was very good on computers in the early 2000s. Let's put it that way. I knew a thing about a thing. And I can tell you, from working for the government and working for other people and doing all these weird jobs I had to do, Israel was like top of the fucking line in intel and surveillance. Like if a fucking cat was to take a shit at their border, they would know. And you're telling me a bunch of ninjas from the fucking the hidden village of the sand, like it's Naruto. It's fucking an episode of Naruto. The sand ninjas got in paragliders and flew into a rave with a bunch of Israeli kids doing E and Molly, okay, dancing to techno music, and killed them for fucking being infidels. And they didn't know it was gonna happen? Get the fuck out of my fucking face. Get the fuck out of here. There's no fucking way that they did not know that the fucking hidden village of the fucking ninjas of the sand village are gonna take paragliders and fly over the fence and massacre a bunch of drug addicts. I don't want to hear it. October 7th is a fucking... Because I know a lot of my friends were Jewish. I know kids. I know actually a couple of really famous Jewish musicians. Okay? And I remember them before they became Hasidic and religious to get their fucking career. And they're a bunch of derelict drug addicts. And even when they became like Hasidic, they're all drug addicts. They're all doing Molly and E and partying all the time. Oh, but we're Jewish and we're good. Bullshit. Like, bull fucking shit. Like, I know these people. You want to know who gets the most drugs in New York City? The fucking rabbis. Like, I used to roast the parties. I had to kick fucking Hasidic people out of my fucking parties because they were doing drugs at the party. Okay? Like, don't get me in trouble. I gotta stop. I'm not drunk, but I just had enough to tell the truth. I gotta stop talking. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I lived a gangster life, okay? I was a Buddhist warrior monk living in the gangster villages, undercover. I can tell you I've seen some shit. That's all I'm going to say. I can't tell any more of my story because I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. I got to stop. this. I'm not doing that. Need some rhythm, man. Before I want to do something cool. Oh shit, there's somebody spoke on the bottom there. Okay, same guy. Hold on. You jumped chats on me. I would say many people truly seen small. I don't know where the fuck they came in. Okay, I'll push you later. It's not safe on Discord. I don't know who lied to you. You jumped from my other stream to this stream, and that fucked me up. So you're on the big stream now. You can jump into my Discord, but Discord's not safe. Discord has AI reading all the chat, and it's been like that for a year, and it's gonna get worse. So Discord is not safe. No, you can't. Don't think Discord is safe. It is not safe. Signal is still safer. There is nothing that is 100% safe anymore. It depends on who you think is watching. When it comes to the highest level, there is nothing safe, not even Tor. I've been saying this for years. That's why I got out of that community, because I understand how shit really works. And if somebody's really pissed off and they want to find you, they can trace the way that the ping of the server, how you hop, they can check the timing of the server jumps. There's technology that doesn't make sense to the average person. There's like the web and the dark web. There's like other webs underneath. It's layers of shit, man. Discord's not safe. It's safe to the average person, but if the government really wants to, there's nothing that's safe. There's nothing that's safe. I promise you this. Nothing is safe. Nothing is sacred. And with AI, the level that the AI is on at this moment, they can bend fucking time space. It's like that crazy. They're at the brink. There's no encryption. There's nothing. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can do whatever they want. There's no safe. It depends on who you think you're being safe from. From the average person, yeah, it's safe. From state level, there's no safe. There's nothing safe. Nothing. I can't even express this to you. Everything has a back door. Everything is a back door. Okay? Windows has had a back door to the NSA since its fucking inception. There's literally nothing safe. It's bad. It's bad. That's all I can tell you, it's bad. There's no such thing as safe. Oh, you and me. What is cope? You know? I cope with the world by understanding what my purpose in it is. The gods have sent me down here to preach to fucking, the outsiders and deal with the fucking demons attacking me my whole life. And then I have my little moments of enjoyment where I get to fucking enjoy a little bit of whiskey, some play guitar, and then go back on my next mission. It's funny because you live in Poland. I used to sell weed, in Poland, that's a big deal. In Poland, you were a gangster if you sold weed. In New York, I was patrolling Times Square in the 90s, okay? They were selling crack out of the grocery stores. Okay? So imagine, I'm patrolling I'm fucking like a kid, I'm fucking doing patrols in fucking Times Square. And we're busting crack dealers and fucking all these fucking gang members and shit. But they were selling crack out of the grocery stores in Times Square. I mean, literally, you go to any store in Brooklyn, and there was bust all the time. There was people selling fucking everything out of the fucking, you can go to any grocery store and get whatever the fuck you wanted. New York, going back to this, you guys about New York. New York was a crazy place. Now it's different, but it's a sad thing that, because I don't smoke pot, since I was a kid, but, I think it's weird that a plant that's the only sexable plant that cures all the diseases is so illegal, but I can drink alcohol. Let's be real. You can drive on weed and not crash into anything. You drink too much, you're gonna fuck yourself up. But that's legal. Why? Everything's fucked. Oh yeah, I mean, when I was growing up, I knew all the biggest guys, like all like the wise guys. They used to call them. You know, like I grew up in that scene. Like I was collecting money for Shylocks and all kinds of fucking. I was like a little kid, because I was like by the time I was 14, I was already like trained to be like a fucking ninja, and I was pretty big. So I was like my mom sent me on a job with some fucking mafia goon to go help him collect money. So like first, again, I was like literally a fucking guy, like, you know, I'm like 14 or 15, I don't know, 15 maybe, and I'm in the fucking car with him, like, you know, like, oh, I'm just gonna pick up some money, you're gonna like watch my back. I'm like, okay. My mom said, you know, he goes, it's a 45 on the seat. If I don't come out in 30 seconds, like, you know, so whatever it was he said to me, you know, Grubby gonna come after me. I'm like, okay, and I go in and just fucking run in the seat. like, okay. So like, you know, like that was my first gig. So I dealt with that kind of life as a little kid, you know. So for me, it's nothing. And then I went and, you know, tried to be a good guy and be a superhero. So I went into the vigilante route. And that's how I got into the whole other things. So there's nothing I haven't seen, you know? Fun. It's like too heady. What is bullshit? I gotta think she was fucking something cool. Soulful and emotional, melodic rock, guitar, back and track in F minor or A major level. Pretentious shit. Like egomaniacs fucking music, you know? It's like, come on, this is fun. Emotional, melodic rock guitar track, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine, whatever. Like, I wonder, like, you know, the kind of childhood people have that play this kind of music, like, to be just, like, happy and soft, whatever. Wait, stop. I'm stopping the stream. Nigga, what did you just say to me? If you overdose on weed, you're 25 years old, and you just said if you overdose on weed? I'm glad you need a dad, okay? I'll be your fucking dad. What the fuck are you saying right now, kid? Overdose on weed. How can you... There's been 0 people in 5,000 years who have overdosed on weed. It's not possible. Trust me, I know. I can tell you I know, allegedly. But it's not possible to overdose on weed. The worst thing going to happen is you're going to take a nap and eat some fucking Taco Bell. What are you talking about? I need to hear the story. Who do you know? I got to take a piss. Tell me who... Explain to me who in your life overdosed on fucking weed. Please. I can't believe this one. This guy actually said overdose on weed. No. Hold on. Stop it. I can say this, you know, when I was a kid, weed saved my life. I had chronic asthmatic bronchitis, and if it wasn't for weed, I would have died. It saved my life. There's nobody who knows more potheads than me. There's 2 types of potheads. There's potheads who smoke and they build stuff, and there's potheads who sit and do nothing. Okay, it has nothing. You can't overdose on it. Overdose means you get sick and die. Okay, you can do everything comes in 3 forms: food, medicine, poison. I can drink whiskey. It could be fucking medicine. It could be food. Or it could be poison. I'm at the point right this moment where if I drink any more, drink too much more, I'm gonna be poisoned. I'm gonna be drunk and I won't be able to do anything. Right now, I'm in the medicinal phase where it's giving me too much sugar. You know what I mean? But it can become poisonous, right? Weed is the only thing you can't actually, you overdose and what happens? You go to sleep and you wake up and you eat. It's the only thing on the earth that can't kill you. Like literally, like mathematically, physiologically, marijuana is the only thing that can't kill you or kill anybody else. Like that's the only thing like you know, it's like the only sexable plant. You can eat it, you can fucking make fabric out of it. If it wasn't for DuPont, they'd be everywhere. So no, you can't overdose on weed. Don't use that word. Okay, there's a I don't know what movie it was, but what's the guy from Full House? He's like, did you ever suck fucking dick for fucking weed? I suck dick for fucking cocaine. You know what it was? Like you can't overdose on weed, man. I don't even smoke weed, and I'm like, you know, like, come on, bro, stop it, just stop the cap. That's the kids say cap. Okay, you can abuse anything. You can abuse water and die. Can't, you know, you can overuse weed, you know? Okay, I'll give you that. Give us something fun, guys. I appreciate the conversation because honestly, day 24, my body is hurting, my hands are hurting, so I'm glad we got to converse a little bit, so you give me a break. You know, so I appreciate it. Right, exactly. Yeah, English, that's what I meant. Yeah, don't use the word overdose for weed, because anybody who's like cool is gonna be like, what are you talking about, bro? You can't overdose on weed. Overdose means you're sick and die. I got a story for you. So one of my brothers from my karate family, because I didn't go to school for martial arts. I only trained with like underground psychopaths. Like I lived with them, but my karate school was all these gangsters and like military guys. And there was this one guy who used to make hash brownies and weed brownies. He had the ultimate recipe. So I hooked up one of my training clients with the brownies for Christmas. I said to him, listen to me. Just trust me when I tell you. You see this brownie? Only eat a third of this brownie because this is not normal. You eat this, you're gonna be fucked up. Oh, okay. He's a Jewish guy. He's like a millionaire, fucking corporate guy. He's like, oh yeah, whatever. I'm like, listen to me. I'm giving this as a present. I only give this to like my families because I'm passing it on to you. Okay? I won't eat this. I'm just doing it for you as a present. Do not eat more than a third of this brownie. It's going to fuck you up. I got it. So Christmas comes along, and this Jewish fucking idiot gives his mother on Hanukkah, we call Christmas, Hanukkah the same in New York, because like Jewish and Christians, it's not the same everywhere else. In New York, there's a lot of like Jewish people have a Christmas tree, so we celebrate the same. It's weird, so it's hard to explain. Like Jewish and Christian people in New York it's not as separate, unless you're like a Hasidic. We're not separate, It's a weird thing. So we celebrate kind of the same time, And he calls me up, and he's like, dude, what was in that brownie? What'd you do? I'm like, what do you mean? I told you what was in it. Are you sure there's only fucking weed in it? I'm like, listen, I told you my boy made these and this is what it is. He's like, I gave my mom a whole brownie and she's freaking out. I'm like, you gave your mother the entire brownie when I told you, a 6'3", 280-pound man, not to eat a third, and you gave your mom the whole thing? She's like, I don't know what to do. I'm going to eat. I want to go to the hospital. I'm like, bro, she doesn't need to go to the hospital. She just sit down and get some Taco Bell. Just get her some Taco Bell and she'll be okay. And to this day, we still talk about this story. But yeah, you can't die from it, but you can get really fucked up. When I was like 15, 16, when he invented the recipe, the whole karate class was out for 7 days. They made this tray of brownies, And he had in the 90s he figured out that there's a certain amount of butter and temperature, like there's like this ratio between the temperature and the butter because of soluble fat or something. And it's like the exact amount to get like all the THC or whatever the fuck it is, delta, whatever the fuck they call it, into the brownie. So he'd make this butter and he crushed he was like a psycho scientist kid. And people didn't go to work for 7 days, but they didn't die. His mom had an amazing evening. It was a trip. She thought she was going to die. But she didn't die. A 70-year-old woman ate enough for like 15 grown men and didn't die. That's why I'm an advocate for it, but I don't do it. Can we get some fun music before I have to turn the stream off? I've just been talking. No, I don't want to be showing. I want to play something metal. Oh, we saved this thing. Let's start here. Because this is at least I can play some chords. Let's do this. Yeah, but just imagine some ninja Jewish guy who spent months there was no internet. He just experimented over and over again until he found the recipe for making weed butter. It was stupid. I used to know the Italian guys and the Jewish guy, the Jewish mafia, if you call it, and the Italian guys, and they would bring literal tractor trailers of weed into the United States. I knew all these people in New York. I was just I've seen everything. So I can tell you no one's died, ever. Now I don't know about this science experiment shit. Maybe now, but before it wasn't like that. short and cool. Okay, what's next? Give me something fucking hard. Because we're just drunk enough to do something stupid. 80s rock guitar track in A minor. Oh, got my back. I worked out way too much in the last 30 days. What? I'm getting skinny. I'm getting there. I almost have a six pack. I almost got it. Alright, so what do you need more? No, come on. Give me 80s, bro. Give me something hard. Okay, cool. If you're going 80s, go hard, you know? Oh my god. I put the string on wrong. Sorry guys, I wonder why. I'm like, why does it sound so fucking shitty? I fucked up. I fucked up bad. That's what happened. I didn't put the string on right, or I'm just playing too fucking hard. Oh fuck. Did I break it? I broke the string, loosening the string. Okay. I guess that's where we're at now. Time for 7 string. Nothing we can do about that. Cool! Day 24. Good job. No more whammy bar. Alright. Cool. Fucking awesome. Fucking A. I guess we're gonna do no more whammy bars. I'm not happy about that. Sorry guys, that was stupid. I literally loosened the string and it snapped. And I'm tuned a whole step low, so this should be happening. try it on the 7th string. What else have we got? What time is it? Sorry, it's fucking 10:40. Whoa. Yeah, live conversation. This is fucking stupid. I break a string and you know this fucking stupid stuff. Stupid. Oh, okay. Made up too early. About 7th string. I gotta reset my brain because I'm on the fucking 7th string guitar. Sorry. Well, hold on your string, dumbass. I gotta remember how to play fucking guitar. Jesus Christ. Whenever I switch guitars, I forget where my reference point is, and I'm just shifted all fucked up. I have to remember where I am. Sorry, guys. I'm lost. That was okay. Oh shit. Yeah, I just broke a string. The third time. And I broke it trying to detune the guitar. I've never in my life seen that happen. So if you're drinking some whiskey, I'll drink some whiskey. Salud. I just have to stop, actually. We mostly chatted this stream. You know, I completed the challenge. You know, I played for like a good hour. You know, I completed the challenge. But, you know, it was mostly chatting. Thank God, because day 24, man, my body is fucked up. And I finally got some whiskey. Oh, my God. Everything hurts. Day 24 has been rough, okay? I did my forms in the morning. It was a rainstorm. And then I had to teach for a couple classes. And my body is just like, go fuck yourself, dude. My body is like not happy with me. And then I just broke a string, so now I have to play guitar and something. How many times can I do the same fucking thing? Hold on a second. I gotta catch up with the fucking whiskey. Okay. Third time. Yeah, third time. Yes, I teach online. I have 200 videos of karate, and Tai Chi lessons on the main channel here. And if you go to... Yeah, that's about right. Check out Tai Chi United and taichiunited.com. And you can we have all our seminars. So obviously I'm an artistic freak, so I sit there and I, waste my time analyzing things that nobody should ever analyze. So if you go to this website, can you see the website? Is it out of focus? I don't fucking know. But that's a website. And we have the seminars there. Oh, okay, cool. Well, the seminars are actual lessons. The videos were meant for intermediate and advanced people who already have an idea of what's going on, and to give them the extra stuff they're missing, but not actually give them the way to practice it. When you watch, if you buy the seminars, those are actual lessons where we're literally teaching you how to do the thing. It's like I can talk about guitar stuff, how I do, but I'm not showing anybody how I do it. What's different. We can talk about if you talk about the Phrygian mode and this thing and or you do this chord, but I'm not actually showing you my method of training. You know what I mean? Because that's different. But the seminars are the actual method. When I used to teach for Sam Ash and things like that, I would teach people the method of my system, how I play guitar. But I don't talk about just about the guitar. It's a big difference. So it looks like I'm doing what everybody else is doing, but I sort of I haven't watched anybody else play, but I've been watching. I play double the speed of most of the people now, right? But the technique I use is different. So I can explain to them, this body, but I'm not gonna show them. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna show them what I'm doing. For instance, just for people who are into geeking, my sweep arpeggio, my alternate picking arpeggio is the same thing. You probably can't tell the difference between which is the sweep, which is the alternate pick. So there's a method that I use that how I do the things, or if I do a economy sweep pick, it's the same as an alternate pick. You shouldn't hear the difference. It's literally the same. It should sound the same. You know what I mean? So how I get to that place, there was a training method. How I trained it is not just how I do it. What I'm trying to explain to you is that's the Tai Chi stuff. When you go to Tai Chi United, you're getting the method. This is the theory. This is what you need to train exactly. It's not I'm just showing a Fa Jing trick and this is how it works. I'm showing you how to do it. Big difference. So that's the whole thing with Tai Chi United. They're actually getting my actual form. Because I'm a little autistic retard, and I came because I didn't understand the stuff in music school, and so I did was I broke it all down, because I didn't understand things the way they explained it, so I was like, okay, what are you trying to tell me? So I just recreated music theory. So for me, there's only 3 chords in the key, because you play music, you understand. Everybody says there's 7 chords, right? I only see there's 3 chords. There's the 1 chord, which is 1, 3, 6, and there's the 2, 4, and the 5, 7. 1, 3, 6, 2, 4, and 5, 7, they all interchange with each other. So 1, 3, and 6 are basically the same functioning chord. 2 and 4 are the same functioning chord. 5 and 7 the same functioning chord. So there's only tertian harmony has a tertian structure. So when you break it down to 3, 2, 2, everything makes sense. And that goes over people's heads. And that's why I'm able to play so many different music, because I know how to substitute the 4 for the 2 and the 5 for the 7, and the 3 for the 6 and the 1. It's basically I look at them as one piece. And it sounds crazy, when I say it, but when you look at it, you're like, oh, the triangle, it makes sense. And that's where the symbol comes from. So there's like, this symbol is my life's work in geometry. And like everything I do is based on this. Like the music I play, everything I literally do is in this symbol. You know, and it's kind of like, you know, this is my autism in a nutshell. So like, you know, high level Tai Chi, Qigong, like Jing Yi, Bagua people, they'll understand if they sat with it for a minute and look at the symbol and realize it's not just a graphic. It's like the secret code, the matrix. Like everything's in there. And So you Kung Fu geeks, you better go and buy the seminars. I mean, Sifu surely has kids to feed. You gotta go fucking give him the money. And we have great swag. You know? I'm actually sponsored. I'm sponsored by this company. Evan Williams didn't sponsor me, okay? All the 30 days of drinking Evan Williams. But let's find something else stupid to play now that I don't have my whammy bar. It's not fun anymore. Oh God, let's try this on the 7th string. It's gonna be fucking hard. Oh God, what is this? What's going on here? Okay, the pickup wasn't all the way. This toggle switch is fucked up. Fucking Guitar Wishes, the fucking biggest scumbags in all of North Carolina. A friend of mine, $500. I give them my guitars. A month later, they come back, not even done. The biggest piece of shit, motherfucker. There we go. I have to slam this toggle switch into position. Now it's on. I was like, something's not right. Let's try this again. It's bad enough on 7th string. I'm not gonna play it. At least fucking turn it on. no fun with the waiting bar. It's not fun without the whammy bar. It's really not fun. fuck this 7-string shit. All I played was 7-string for fucking 5 years, and I played 6-string for a fucking month, and I forgot how to play 7-string. Because it literally puts my brain a step behind, and I'm like, I constantly try to figure out what the fuck I am. There you go, figure out what it says. Oh yeah. I got the first part. Try it one more time. Shit. Damn. That's bad. I want to see if I can play at least one of my songs before I end the stream. This is like... Oops, wrong button. Ah, God. Oh, God, remember. Like that. Holy fuck. I haven't played that in 20 years. Oh god, I can't believe I got that far. Okay. don't even know how I remember even that much of that song. Jesus fucking Christ. What was the other one? There's no way. And that's the first guitar part. The second guitar part is the exact same thing. The third and I can't remember how. There's too many of those. There's fucking 30 of those fucking songs. I don't remember any of them. The fact that came out of motor memory is a fucking miracle. I'm done. Well, I'm glad I got a recording of me trying to play my old shit, even though everybody probably left seeing me drunk and playing stupid shit. They have no idea what I'm fucking playing. So on that note, I'm out of here. I doubt anyone's watching that. But I'm kind of glad. Yes, Opera. We're done. But yeah, that was the Crimson Dawn and fucking... What was the other one? Amorphous something? Yeah. That was actually a pretty cool fucking track when you heard the whole band play. But it's nice that I really remember it. That was pretty cool. Alright, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow at day 25 of me suffering and looking like an idiot. I still have the skin on my fingers. I'm still alive. 5 more days. Hopefully we'll make it through. Really, we've gone through every cool... literally, YouTube is just repeating... Look how many red lines there are. Like, there's like red line, red line, red line. Like, everything that's not a red line is pretty fucking lame. Like, I don't care about, like, passionate, but whatever the fuck that is. Like, everything else sucks. Whoa. Was backing, an Ingrid Malmsteen backing track? Wait a second. Okay, we get some cheesy fucking... Okay, so you guys have to look forward to tomorrow. Alright guys, thanks for sticking around. Whoever didn't stick around and say goodbye or goodnight, fuck you guys. But I appreciate the guys who hung out. Conversation was cool. Getting the drink on the stream was cool. You know, it helps my pain levels. And yeah, so this is documentation. I think I'm doing pretty good, you know. I don't know how my muscles look on stream. I'm not trying to be like a bodybuilder, but I want to look fit again, you know? Like, not be a fat fuck. So I think I'm doing all right. So 5 more days. We'll see how far we can get. And that's it. So, in your human tongue, I say I love you. I'm grateful for your presence. Apart your grad.